Hello, everybody. My name is Tom Burns, and welcome to the week-long streams that we're going to be doing for WrestleMania week. What a way to start! Of course, um, with the Monday Night Raw before WrestleMania, it's going to be a good one. I hope. Uh, of course, we're going to see Roman Reigns. We'll be seeing some CM Punk. We'll have another segment with Ober and Brock. Uh, Amongst many, many more. I expect a match between Io and Asuka to be made official on this Raw. I think that's the match that they're going to be having at WrestleMania. That's what I expect anyway. I mean, I could be wrong. Um, but yeah, um, lots to talk about, lots to get into before Raw starts. It doesn't start for about 2 hours, so we're gonna have a bit of a chat before we get started. We're going to have a chat about our opinions towards this year's WrestleMania, some of the stories going into this year's WrestleMania. Um, yeah, we'll have a good chat about that. But before we can have a good chat about it, of course, I have to introduce my co host. He is my co host for all these streams and will be joining me hopefully for the whole week. Um, so Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the real soft cat, um, formerly known as Professor Wigglytuff.
Good evening, Tom. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, WrestleMania week is here. It's going to be an exciting week, I hope, with Raw, SmackDown, NXT, everything in between, the Hall of Fame. Um, and yeah, some big main events coming. We've got Cody versus Randy Orton. Will Cody retain, or will this version of Randy Orton that everybody seems to be hyping up, is he going to add to his tally of championship wins? And then you got CM Punk versus Roman Reigns. For the second year in a row, CM Punk is going to be main eventing WrestleMania. Is he going to come out on top, or will Roman Reigns become a champion again? Then you've got other matches such as Rhea and Jade Cargill. We've got other matches on the Liv Morgan and Stephanie Vaquer. I can't think of others off the top of my head right now. Potentially an Io Sky versus Asuka match. But look, this is where we are. It's shaping up to be exciting. We're back in Las Vegas again, much to my surprise. But yeah, it's going to be a big week of wrestling, and indeed, I can't be on a stream with you and not mention football. It's going to be a big week of football for me, at least, and Arsenal fans. With the big game on Sunday, so a lot to be excited about this week. But that's all from me for now. Thanks very much, everybody. Back to you, Tom.
Um, yeah, big week in terms of football. We can get to that a little bit later on. Um, but yeah, I mean, we've got WrestleMania 42 coming up, and me and my co-host have been talking about this the last couple of weeks, and we'll get into it here on the stream, seeing as we've got just less than 2 hours until Raw starts. We've been talking about it, and we've been saying that this year's build to WrestleMania just doesn't feel like a build to WrestleMania. Like usually, don't get me wrong, I'm still excited for it as a wrestling fan. It's and a WWE fan, it's the biggest time of the year for a WWE fan, so I'm still excited for it, of course. But the build to it has just not been great, and that doesn't mean that there isn't some good matches on the card. Of course, there is. You've got Cody versus Randy, CM Punk versus Roman Reigns, AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch. A match I'm personally looking forward to because I'm a big fan of AJ Lee. Rhea versus Jade, even though it's not at the best of builds, I do still expect a relatively decent match. Ober versus Brock, as much as I don't like seeing Brock on my screen, I can't deny that that's going to be a very good match because, Oba is an absolute monster, and I don't think Brock will be able to handle him. But anyway, um, we've got, of course, Seth Rollins versus Gunter. Um, Another match which was just thrown together, but I do believe will be a good match because as much as I don't like Gunter, he never puts on a bad match really. And Seth doesn't really either, so it's going to be a good match. Of course, we've got Drew versus um, Jacob Fatu in an unsanctioned match. Anything goes. That's going to be an absolute brutal and probably the most brutal match of the entire weekend. Of course, we've got the Fatal 4-Way for the Women's Tag Team Championships between the champions, Lash Legend and Nia Jax, facing off against the Bella Twins, Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair, and Bayley and Lyra. We've got the 6-way ladder match, Intercontinental Championship on the line. Ow, my foot. A match that a lot of people think is going to steal the show this weekend. The ladder matches usually do, in all fairness, so I'm expecting something spectacular there. So we've got that as well. Trying to think if the United States Championship is on the line. Who's the United States champion? Why can't I think of that off the top of my head? Sorry. For whatever reason, I can't think of who the United States champion is off the top of my head.
Why don't we bring up the card on our
Hang on a
screens?
minute. Sami Zayn, of course, Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams.
We do have to
and of course, we've got the Vision, Logan Paul and Austin Theory teaming with IShowSpeed against LA Knight and the Usos. IShowSpeed's first official match in WWE. That'll be interesting to see. I've seen his training with Randy Orton. He does look quite good, to be fair. So it'll be interesting to see what he does there. The only championship I can see that isn't being defended at WrestleMania as of yet is Julia's Women's United States Championship, which would be it'd be a shame if she wasn't on the card. She's one of the better women they've got. If she's not on the card, it'll be an absolute shame. But we'll see if she manages to get on the card when we get to Friday Night SmackDown.
Well, there might be a pre-show, isn't there?
Yeah. There's other matches as well. I believe I probably missed a couple, but you get the gist. It's a pretty good card in my opinion. I mean, the build to it and the stories of some of the matches haven't been great, and we'll get into that in a minute. But I don't think it's a bad card. I just think it's the build to the card that hasn't been the best. And talking of that, let's just get right into it.
There is a match you haven't mentioned.
Yeah, I know there would have been a few I haven't mentioned. I couldn't remember them all.
There's one obviously big one. Well, in terms of the significance, which is AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch.
I already mentioned that.
Oh, you did, yes.
Yeah, because I said I'm looking forward to it because I'm a big fan of AJ Lee.
WrestleMania for a very long time. Did we mention Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio?
No, that's one of the ones I missed. Yeah, that'll be a good match. The Demon is returning in that match for the first time.
So that could be the second to last match on the card on night 2.
I think it's the first time the Demon has returned since the Demon faced Edge in a Hell in a Cell match way back a couple of WrestleManias ago, like 2-3 WrestleManias ago, where the Demon actually lost for the first time. So can the Demon get back to winning ways? We will find out. I have no doubt that he will, but we will find out at WrestleMania. Have I missed any others?
No, I think those are the big ones. Are we predicting that both the men's world title matches will close out each respective night, or?
Well, it's already been confirmed.
Certainly, I know CM Punk Roman Reigns will be night 2.
Yeah, that's been confirmed, and Randy Orton versus Cody for night 1 has been confirmed.
Okay.
So yeah, but yeah, Sorry. Talking of that match, Cody versus Randy Orton, let's talk about that. We're not talking predictions because we can do that before the show on Saturday, although I probably will be at my mate's for night one. But we could talk about predictions on another day, but this isn't about predictions. This is just talking about the build and the story and all that. So let's get into it. So as soon as I knew that it was going to be Randy versus Cody at WrestleMania, I was quite excited. Even before the heel turn, I was quite excited because they've got so much history. There's so much of a story to build there. I thought this is going to be brilliant. And then Randy turned heel, and I like heel Randy. I think heel Randy is probably better than face Randy, to be honest. And it was even more exciting. And I was like, "Oh, this is interesting. Where's this going to go? How's Cody going to come back from this? Blah 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 blah." And then they brought Pat out as the secret person who Randy has been phoning. And I was like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. I'll see where they're going with this. I'll see what they're doing here. Pat, saying in his first promo, when he was first revealed, saying, he was speaking for the Attitude Era fan. The Attitude Era fan who, doesn't really get noticed anymore. Like, the WWE clamour too much to the younger generation these days instead of the old school Attitude Era fans. And I thought, you know what? I'm one of them old school Attitude Era fans, having started watching WWE halfway through the Attitude Era. So I was like, I'm gonna, he's sort of speaking for my generation. So I'll see how this goes. He comes out the week after. He said he's got this announcement to make. The announcement was 25% off Saturday WrestleMania Saturday tickets. Really? So his whole promo to start off SmackDown was just an advert for WrestleMania Night One, and he essentially buried Night Two by saying, "Don't even bother going to that. Don't even buy tickets to it. It's hot garbage." Well, he didn't use them words, but basically that's what he said. Um, it's like, what are you doing? Like, I mean, night two is definitely the better card of the two, so perhaps that's why they're focusing more on night one and selling tickets for night one. But there was an article I saw, and every year night one always sells worse than night two. Um, so perhaps that's why they're focusing more because it usually sells worse. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about the whole Pat McAfee thing now. I give it, when he came out at first and he was speaking for my generation of fans, I was like, you know what, let's see where this goes. This might be interesting where this goes. He was cursing, he was doing all this stuff, and I was like, this is interesting. Where's this going to go? And then the week after that, what did he do? He comes out and basically his whole promo was a fucking ad for WrestleMania Night One. Now I'm not saying it's a bad thing that the tickets are 25% off because good, they're finally lowering the tickets and they're finally listening, but it's not enough. They're only doing it for one fucking night. Like, it's just stupid. But anyway, um, I'm not thrilled about the build of Randy versus Cody, but I don't believe that the rivalry ends after WrestleMania. I don't believe that because me and my co-host have a difference of opinion here about who's going to win, but I think Randy's going to win. I think it's so fucking obvious that that's what's going to happen. I think it would be stupid to have Randy turn heel, do all the things he's doing, and then just to fucking lose. I just don't. It doesn't make any sense to me. Not saying it won't happen, but to me that doesn't make any sense. But we're all entitled to our opinions. My co-host thinks that Cody will retain, and that's fine. We all have our opinions, but I do think Randy will win. That'll extend the rivalry. And as we get more and more into this rivalry, we'll have stipulation matches, maybe a Hell in a Cell match, maybe anything goes match, something something like that. I don't think this ends at WrestleMania. I think it's just the beginning at WrestleMania. But I really hope that Pat isn't around for the whole thing. I mean, he's already said he's got to get back to his football duties, so hopefully he's not going to be around for the whole thing. But yeah, not thrilled with the build of Randy versus Cody, but we'll see. I have no doubt in my mind that the match is going to be brilliant because Cody's good in the ring, Randy's fantastic in the ring. So I have no doubt that it's going to be a good match. I have no doubt that most of the matches that have been put on the card are going to be good matches. It's the builds that have been not great. But I'll pass it over to you now. What have you thought about the build to Randy and Cody?
I don't think it's been great. I mean, look, last couple of years we've had some great main events featuring Cody with a great build, so you can't always maintain that same level of build.
True, true.
But it's kind of for the reasons that you pointed out why you think Randy's going to win. The fact that it's so obvious, that kind of makes me say that Cody's going to win because if it's a case of that we know it's just going to be a foregone conclusion, what's the point in having all this build and all this hype just to,
You
for a
could say that
foregone
for a lot of
conclusion?
matches
But you
history, though.
can, you could say that, but you know, um, I do think they will portray this as some kind of a real test for Cody Rhodes. Obviously he lost last year at WrestleMania to John Cena. Are they going to make him lose back-to-back WrestleManias? I mean, it's happened before with other wrestlers, so it's not a case of that it wouldn't happen. But I just feel that we're going to see a different Cody Rhodes in the sense, can he rise to the occasion and down a massive heel? Obviously, yeah, John Cena went in as a heel last year. You had Roman Reigns as a heel, but obviously, I think this is completely different. It's just him versus Randy. Um, and we'll see. But yeah, I don't think this will be the end of the feud, as it were. But we shall see. I'm intrigued as to how the CM Punk Roman Reigns match is going to go because I mean we've had all these like suggestions about members of the bloodline getting involved. We've had references to The Rock. Could he still show up at WrestleMania? Could he show up at Raw tonight? Could he show up at SmackDown? Who knows? But one thing's for sure is that it's going to be very interesting to see how this turns out because you've kind of got CM Punk kind of flirting with the dark side, acting in a bit of a heelish way. You got Roman Reigns, who, I always see as a bit of an anti hero. He's not quite a face, he's not quite a heel, but he's more of a heel than he is a face at the
Mm.
best of times. So it's kind of rather than two faces going up against each other, you kind of got two anti heroes, two heels going up against each other. So that's also going to be tricky to see. And obviously, every year around about WrestleMania, there's always rumors about The Rock coming back for one more match at WrestleMania against Roman Reigns. Could this be the moment where he does return to kind of sow the seeds for that? I don't
Mm.
know, because obviously, given what's going on in the world at the moment, we're still a bit up in the air as to whether or not WrestleMania 43 is going to go ahead in Saudi Arabia. But obviously, it wouldn't necessarily need a year-long build-up. That build-up could start at a later point in time. We could see, we could see, we'll see when that happens. If it happens, of course, because it could be a case of simply it's all just rumors and it comes to nothing. Um, yeah, but I do think the build-up could have been better this year for WrestleMania. It hasn't. It hasn't been, but as you said, WrestleMania is WrestleMania. I watch it every year, come what may, and I'm looking forward to it. Just to kind of say the comments about Pat McAfee and the whole Attitude Era thing. I mean, people seem to put the Attitude Era on this pedestal as though it was like the perfect era of wrestling, and yeah,
Yeah.
it was fantastic. I lived through it. It was brilliant. Still, some of my best wrestling memories were from that era. But people forget that was 25 years ago now. More than that. It was a long time ago. Wrestling has moved on. Attitudes have
Yeah.
moved on. The world has moved on. And I think it's safe to say there was a lot of stuff that was done in the Attitude Era that just wouldn't fly today. Um, and I think we kind of have to accept that wrestling has adapted and evolved as it always does. and it's never going to go back to where it was. Doesn't mean you can't have your hardcore matches, a bit of edgy language, you know, but it's never going to go back to the way it was. And you know, this is just my opinion as someone that did live through the Attitude Era. I do think people overhyped the era.
Yeah,
I don't think it was as. I mean, it was great. I don't think it was as fantastic as people make it out to be. I think people liked it because it was something different at the time. Um, they like it because of all the superstars that came out that era. The likes of The Rock, Steve Austin, Mick Foley, Triple H. Obviously, pre-existing stars that kind of adapted with the times as well. The Undertaker, Shawn Michaels. Um, it was a great era. You had DX, as the sort of counter to the NWO, and then obviously, that era with the Monday Night Wars, with WCW at its peak, the likes of DDP, Sting, members of the NWO, including Kevin Nash and Scott Hall and someone else I don't want to mention, and obviously the man Goldberg. So yeah, going off on a tangent again, but I think for those that are listening as well, type in the box, in the chat what you think about the Attitude Era. Do you think it was the perfect era of wrestling? Do you think it's overhyped? I'm basically in the middle. I think it was fantastic. It is as good as people make it out to be, but I don't think it was perfect. And I don't think wrestling regressed, as it were. I think wrestling just adapted and evolved.
yeah,
And just as much as it was great to have The Rock and Steve Austin, now we then had John Cena, and then you had the likes of Cody Rhodes, Roman Reigns, CM Punk, uh, Drew, Seth Rollins. So every era has its superstars. We can't forever hold a small group of superstars as like the pinnacle and that they're untouchable, because they're not. Um, 50 years from now, who knows who will be the number one wrestler? 60
yeah,
years from now, 70 years from now. We're not always going to be talking about John Cena and The Rock forever. Their names will remain there forever. Wherever there is wrestling history, they'll always mention names like The Rock, Steve Austin, John Cena, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, The Undertaker, Sting, Mick Foley, Triple H, Shawn Michaels. I've already said Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, Rey Mysterio. I can list them all forever and ever and ever, but you get my point. But that's why we love wrestling. New wrestlers come and go, legends live forever. New names come along, new legends are made, new heroes are made. So yeah, back to you.
yeah. I mean, going back to the Roman Reigns CM Punk match, that's what I was going to come to next. Now, I don't think the build to that has been too bad. You've got Punk and you've got Roman both who are pretty good on the mic, going at it. It's not, you're never going to have a bad build, really. I mean, it could be better, but it's not been a bad build. In terms of what I think is going to happen, I do think CM Punk is going to retain, but I'm not going to get into bad predictions. But I do think that CM Punk will win, but because of a certain someone returning who we have mentioned, I believe The Rock will return, cost Roman Reigns, and that is when their year-long build to next year's WrestleMania will start. I think it has to happen, and it has to happen either this year. This has to happen next year's WrestleMania or the year after. Either one of them. Otherwise, there's no point. There's no point because The Rock's getting older and he just won't be able to do it. But at this moment, he can still go. So, I think it's a case of now is the time. So I think that will be the year long build. to that match, Roman Reigns versus The Rock. And then Roman Reigns will beat The Rock, and then The Rock will retire. That's what I think. I think that'll be The Rock's final match, and I think that would be a good way for The Rock to hang it up and officially retire. But yeah, well, I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's why I think Punk will win, because I think The Rock is going to come back. I mean, there's been a few indications that he's going to be there. I mean, look what they did last. Look what they did. What they've done the last few years, where they've had like someone's picture sort of around, like on a wall or on a truck or something like that, when someone's doing a backstage promo, um, and then they have that person's picture. Like they've had like Stone Cold, because he was supposed to be at WrestleMania 40 until they couldn't agree to, they couldn't agree on money, so the Undertaker took the spot instead. But Stone Cold was seen a few times during that build-up, and The Rock has been seen a few times on walls and on trucks a couple of times during this build. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Um, but yeah, the build to this year's WrestleMania just hasn't been great, and I've said that. Um, the I think the most promising story and the most sort of personal story that I can say going into WrestleMania is definitely Liv Morgan versus Stephanie Vaquer, which I actually did forget to mention as well. Um, somehow.
I mentioned it though.
But Liv Morgan versus Stephanie Vaquer is a very personal match. I mean, look at the personal things they've said to each other. Liv's been in tears, and then Liv's had a big bump on her head because of what Stephanie Vaquer has done to her. It's just a very, very personal rivalry, which I'm very much looking forward to seeing the payoff for. Um, that's probably been the best story and the best build going into this year's WrestleMania, in my opinion. Um, but yeah, um, in terms of I want to talk about the Sami Zayn match just for a minute, more just Sami Zayn really. And the main reason I want to talk about this is because it's very interesting to see what's happening with Sami at the moment. I mean, if you watched him if you watched SmackDown and you saw him come out, the SmackDown just gone, and you saw him come out, you will know that he got a lot of boos. And he's not a heel; he's still a face, but he got a lot of boos. And a lot of people online, since he won the championship, have been calling him Sammy Hogan and all this sort of stuff, and just really, really retarded, in my opinion. But yeah, been calling him all these things, saying that he always buries people and stuff like that. It's like, hang on a minute. Do you think that he has control of his own matches and when he's gonna win? Does he fuck? He's not that big of a star. He's not that big of a star where he's gonna have a creative control card. There's only one person that's ever really had a creative control card and used it for his own good.
Brother.
Lots of other people have had creative control, but they've usually been fair with it. But the one person I'm talking about definitely wasn't fair with it and screwed people over. But we're not going to talk about him.
I've got no idea who you're talking about, brother.
Yeah, I haven't, brother. But yeah, but yeah, like, why are fans on Sammy's back? Like, he hasn't, you know, been creative and said, "This is what's happening. I want to win the championship." No, Triple H has done the creative and said that, and put the championship on Sammy, which is a good idea going into WrestleMania, because Sammy will sell tickets. He's very, very popular. He's very, very good in the ring, and you want your best wrestlers on the card, and Sammy is one of them. It would be criminal for him to miss WrestleMania. Absolutely criminal, especially seeing as they were sort of pushing him into the main event earlier this year and like late last year. That's sort of gone to the side for a bit, but I do believe it's going to come back, and I do believe he will get that championship at some point. Even if he's just a transitional champion, but I do believe he'll get his moment, very similar to how Daniel Bryan did, very similar to how Kofi did. It's just not quite his time yet. But to not have him on the card at all would have been criminal. And you can say, well, they probably could have got him in the card some other way instead of screwing over Carmelo Hayes. But what people fail to realise, and the reason why Carmelo Hayes lost the championship before WrestleMania is because he's going on his honeymoon. He's not even going to be at WrestleMania. He's not even free for WrestleMania. He's chosen his honeymoon and his woman over WrestleMania, which is absolutely fair. He's only young. You'll get plenty of other opportunities. And Sammy has come in to sort of carry that championship to WrestleMania to sell tickets and then trickle likely beat him for that championship. So, I don't understand why people are on his back calling him Sammy Hogan and, because, because he wins all the time. He's just been on a fucking massive losing streak, when it comes to the fucking, like, main event. Not won a single match. And then he answers the call to Carmelo's, open challenge, beats Carmelo, all of a sudden he's Sammy Hogan. First match he's won in fucking months. Like, I don't get people, I really don't. Like, that it seems to be a regular thing now where, they seem to be calling a lot of different superstars, Hogan. And I don't understand it because not one of the people that they're saying has creative control, is doing their own creative, is winning all the time, and he's constantly winning championships. Not one of them is doing that. You got Rhea Hogan. People calling Rhea Ripley Rhea Hogan. You've got fucking Becky Hogan. No, I'm not the biggest fan of Becky Lynch's current character, but she's definitely not Becky Hogan. She does lose. She doesn't have creative control. And then you got Sammy Hogan. Like, why? I don't understand why people call these people Hogan. I have no idea. Like, it's so fucking stupid because they're nothing like Hogan. Like, not even a little bit. So anyway, I just wanted to get on. I just want to touch on that with Sami Zayn because I think it's very interesting what's happening with him at the moment. He's getting massively booed, and I don't think it's fair. Like, if you're going to blame anybody, if you want to blame anybody, blame Carmelo, who chose his honeymoon over WrestleMania, and blame Triple H, who is the one that did creative and had Sammy win the championship. Do not blame Sammy. It's not his fault. He didn't choose to screw over Carmelo. It was Triple H that wanted Carmelo to lose, and Carmelo's not even going to be at WrestleMania. You can't have the United States Championship not be at WrestleMania just because someone wants to go on the honeymoon. It has to be defended, and you've got Sammy versus Trick Williams, which will be a fantastic match. So I just don't even understand the issue. But anyway, I don't know if you have anything to say about that.
No, not really. I think you've summed it up.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so I just wanted to touch on that. I fucking ended up talking about it for a while, but yeah. So we've got just over an hour and 20 minutes until Raw begins. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any other matches that I want to talk about that I'm not bothered about talking about. Of course, during the week we can talk about more matches. I don't want to talk about more today because then we'll struggle to find things to talk about. Oh, we won't. We'll always find something to talk about. But yeah. Oh, here's another thing I wanted to talk about. And I don't know if you saw this. But JR did an interview the other day. I don't know if it was for his podcast, if he does have a podcast, or if it was just an interview for somebody else's podcast, or just an interview in general. And he was doing this interview and he was talking about, WrestleMania and stuff like that. And he was talking about the story with, Pat McAfee and Randy Orton and Cody. And he seems to think that he says he has no doubt in his mind. He said he has no doubt in his mind that Vince, yes, Vince, is going to be. He has no doubt in his mind that Vince will have will have something to do with WrestleMania 42's creative. What?
Don't know what to say about that, really.
What? Like, look, I'm a big fan of JR. He's a legend. Seems like a pretty good guy. I mean, I don't know, but I think he might be losing it. I think he might be getting a touch of the dementia.
I think he already lost it a long time ago, to be honest.
Because to say something like that, like in what world is Vince having anything to do with the creative of WrestleMania 42? Like in what world? They're not going to bring him back. He's still in the middle of multiple lawsuits and multiple allegations. Like they're not going to bring him back in the middle of all that. Yeah, okay, if he's found innocent and he didn't do anything, which I highly doubt, then yeah, okay, they might possibly bring him back. Although they might not, I don't know. But to say that he's having a hand in WrestleMania 42's creative, like what? Like I don't understand. I honestly think his brain must be damaged in some way. You know, and I hate to talk about him in that way because I'm a big fan of JR. I like JR. You know, his commentary is legendary. I mean, think about some of the most legendary returns in WWE history. You hear JR. Like that legendary return of John Cena at the Royal Rumble in 2008 when he returned at number 30. The legendary commentary that JR did for that return, amongst many others. He is a legend. But I can't help but talk and say that he must have lost it to say something like that. Like, I really don't know what to say about it. Like, when I read it, I was like, you know, I was scratching my head. I was like, has he got a fucking screw loose? Like, what's going on? I mean, what do you think?
Um, Look, I think JR, he's seen better days. He's pretty much retired now from wrestling. I don't think, it's just a case of just take whatever he says with a pinch of salt. You know, I would be very surprised to see Vince McMahon return in any sort of capacity. I wouldn't want to comment on his health or anything. But I think good old JR needs to kind of just stay retired now.
Yeah. Uh,
Sad.
yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't even know what to say about it. I mean, I've said what I've said, and that's all I'll say. But yeah, very, very weird. Very, very weird. Um, so another wrestling related thing that we could talk about, is it's actually related to AEW, which is not something I usually talk about. Of course, if you're a wrestling fan in general and you keep up to date with wrestling news, you will have seen that the the son of a certain wrestler who I will not mention was at AEW Dynamite. He's been a few times. He had a picture with Jericho, with Edge, with Christian. Um, you know, it it's interesting to see that he still wants to be involved in the wrestling business in some way. He will never be involved in the wrestling business in the way that he wanted. That's just delusional. But you know, he's keeping his foot in. He's watching it. Of course, for obvious reasons, he's not going to be invited to a WWE show and be shown on camera. You know, for very obvious reasons. But you know, it's so. Whenever I look at him, it's just unbelievable. He looks so much like his dad, and that's must be so hard for him to look so much like his dad after what happened. Uh, I don't know. I just thought I'd bring it up and just say,
Look, I mean,
he was there. But go on.
I'll say the name. Look, I think it's important to understand and realize, and I'm sure we all do, that the expression that the son is not responsible for the sins of the father, and what happened, you know, obviously I can't begin to imagine the emotional impact that had on David Benoit, knowing that his father, as per the investigation concluded, that his father not only murdered both his stepmother and half brother, but then took his own life. And, having to live with that and carry that for the rest of his life, that the man that he idolized and loved could commit such a crime. It's a difficult thing to take.
Yeah,
Now, that shouldn't be a barrier to him wanting a career in wrestling if that's what he wanted. Now, I don't know whether he actually did train to be a wrestler or anything and it didn't work out or whatever. But, I remember an interview from years back, and it's one that we both referenced at various points, where he makes some, you know, bizarre statements about his father, about how somehow we should forgive him and that he'll be inducted in the Hall of Fame one day in 40 or 50 years' time, and then suggesting that he was going to wrestle, you know, under his father's name as, you know, with Junior tagged on the end, wearing his same ring attire, his exact same ring attire, and coming out to his entrance music. And no legitimate promoter anywhere in the world was ever going to kind of entertain that. And I think, once he said something like that, there was just no chance he was going to have a career in wrestling. And I get, obviously, he gets invited to these events. I think he has been at a WWE event previously, but he gets invited to AEW. Obviously, look, Edge, Christian, Jericho were all good friends of his father, good friends of the family, and I think they see it as a case of, they're doing it as a way of kind of looking after David Benoit. And again, I don't hold him as I do deeply sympathize with him. It must be traumatic to have to kind of deal with that, but I do think I hate to say this, I do think the man is a little bit deluded in his view of the world in terms of wrestling. At the end of the day, unfortunately, he was the one that kind of brought it up in terms of his dad and everything, and he made what was a difficult situation an impossible one. Not to mention the fact that, given his age now, I think he's probably in his 30s, mid 30s or something, unless he was to like excel incredibly in the ring, it's difficult to see him having a career in wrestling. So, you know, I'm glad that he's enjoying his life, going to these events and everything. But, and, it's up to him if he wants to post them on his social media. But, what's his end game here? What's he trying to do? Is he trying to get some kind of, you know, wave of sympathy, for his father? That somehow this is a way of rehabilitating his father's image? No, that's never going to happen. And I think he has to, if he hasn't already, he needs to accept that. He needs to accept that his father's not going to be in the Hall of Fame. He needs to accept that his father is not going to be celebrated in the way that he celebrates him. If he wants to honor his father's memory, that's up to him as his
yeah,
son.
yeah,
But, it doesn't take away the fact that his father did what he did. And, you know, yes, he is not here to answer to his crimes and he escaped, one could say he escaped justice. But it is what it is. And I do get the feeling whenever I see his pictures of him at an AEW event or a WWE event or a wrestling event, it's somehow trying to kind of link that in with the memory of his father, which, at the end of the day, his father was a murderer. His
me.
father murdered. His father murdered. Sorry, I'm not laughing at the
No, no,
concepts
no.
of nerves.
I know.
He murdered his stepmother and his brother. The man murdered his own son, for God's sake. You know, it's like, Steve Austin said, his accomplishments in the ring will speak for themselves. But because of what he did, he will never be honored. He will never be celebrated, nor should he be. This is not a case of separating the artist from the art. You know, Unfortunately, the artist is the art.
Yeah.
By watch, if people want to watch his matches, that's up to them on a personal level. But it's never going to be promoted, because by promoting it, it's almost as if we're flying in the face of what was a tragic event. And
Yeah.
think about it. How would we feel about playing Gary Glitter's music on the radio, or R. Kelly's music on the radio, or P. Diddy's music on the radio? It was a horrible crime that, you know, yeah. And I think I do, again, I feel sorry for David Benoit for what he had to go through, and what he still probably does go through. It's something that will stay with him for the rest of his life, no doubt. But, you know, what does he think? What does he genuinely think is going to happen here? Does he think that somehow suddenly the world is going to forgive or forget? It's not a question of forgiveness. It's about forgetting. Are we just going to draw and say, okay, it's been 40 years, it happened a long time ago? You know, it's it's never gonna be forgotten. So I think he needs to get this out of his system, and if he's coming along as a wrestling fan and enjoying it, great. But if he's trying to do it because he wants to promote his father, or promote some notion that he's going to come back to the ring and wrestle under his father's name and father's music and father's persona, then I'm sorry, but the man's fucking deluded. And he
Yeah.
needs I'm sorry to say this, he needs some fucking counselling. Because honestly, when I look at his pictures, when I look at him, I can't, get out of my head, the comments he made in that interview. And like, whether it was the grief talking or whatever, it's just the fact that he had the nerve to say that.
Yeah.
That I want to wrestle as, Chris Benoit Jr. and that one day he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. And I'm like, what planet are you on, you fucking moron? Sorry, excuse my language,
No,
everybody,
you're
ladies
alright.
and gentlemen. It's just, I get the man's grieving. It's his father, of course. I would never take that away from him. But, what planet is he on? If he thinks that somehow. And look, the WWE Hall of Fame is trash, in my opinion. With some of the people that they have in it, it is complete trash. But, if you want to totally undermine it forever, then yeah, fine, go ahead and induct him. But it's never going to happen. It is never going to happen, and the sooner he accepts that, the better. But that's all I have to say on him.
Yeah.
Uh, you know, uh, yeah.
Well, I was only it was only supposed to be a quick mention, and then it ended up being all that. But it's fine. When you get talking about the Benoits, you sometimes can't help but just go off on a tangent. I understand. Even to this day, there's so many questions unanswered, and so many things that we could talk about, and you know, it, I don't know. Maybe we do another podcast episode about it or something like that at a later date. I don't know. But anyway, um, yeah, nice to see him enjoying a wrestling show. Um, yeah, so another big bit of news in the wrestling world. One that's pretty disappointing for WWE fans. Jericho returned to AEW and has signed a multi-year contract. Um, it's sorry, let me just delete that message. It's disappointing because everything was pointing towards him coming to WWE. And if I remember rightly, the man himself said he wanted to have one more run in WWE before he retired. But if he signed a multi-year contract at AEW, unless he's planning on wrestling into his early 60s, a bit similar to Sting, then I don't see him having another run in WWE. And that's fine if that's what he wants. If he's happy in AEW, then fair play to him. Um, you know, it's it's disappointing, but it is what it is. He just had his first match back as well at AEW Dynasty. Didn't watch it. Um, I've seen mixed things that people have said about it. Some people have said it's really good. Some people have said it's really bad. I've not watched it. But yeah, and I believe he lost that match. Um, but yeah, big news that in the wrestling world that Jericho returned to AEW. I don't think anybody was expecting that. Um, so there goes, Jericho returning to WWE just after WrestleMania.
Yeah,
Uh, Go
that's
on.
I'm going to be brutally honest. That's a massive surprise. I would think that probably. I mean, it doesn't quite work in wrestling like it does in football. That somebody, WWE are going to come in and buy out a contract or anything. It doesn't really work like that. I mean, it has happened occasionally before, but that isn't going to happen. Um, I can only imagine that. Obviously, Jericho's big on his music and his touring, and he's always made it very clear that that is also one of his top commitments. I can assume, I can only assume that WWE probably couldn't come to an agreement with him on that, even if they did actually even have a discussion at all. Hello, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah,
Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm even beginning to wonder if there was even any sort of discussion between Jericho and WWE at all, and it was just the dirt sheets, as we call them, just stirring up crap, to get us all talking. So,
maybe.
and if it's a multi-year contract, the only way now I would see him ever returning to WWE would simply be for a Hall of Fame induction
Yeah,
or some kind of a one-off match or some sort of intermediary, like for example him wrestling on TNA against a WWE superstar. Um, I know TNA obviously have their relationship with WWE, but I don't think they formally ended their deal with AEW either. So there is there are ways it could happen. Um, it would have to involve a lot of money, but
yeah,
there are ways if WWE wanted him, even for a one-off appearance, it can happen.
yeah,
So I wouldn't rule it out. And there's obviously, nothing to rule out the fact that, you know, contracts can be broken for various reasons.
yeah,
But it doesn't look as though that's going to happen anytime soon. I mean, he signed a contract. It wasn't a case of he was currently in a contract. He signed a new contract. So clearly, AEW, it's a case of either WWE didn't make him a good enough offer or AEW made him a far better offer.
yeah,
And you know what? Look, if it suits him, if it means we get to see more of Jericho, I'm all for it. I'm a big fan of Chris Jericho. I've had the pleasure of meeting him on a couple of occasions. He is one of my favorite all-time wrestlers. He's one of those people that, great on the mic, great in the ring, made a lot, dare we forget, the first ever undisputed champion. He will always have that
Absolutely.
history. You know, he was the first AEW champion as well,
Mm.
so he um he has a lot of history to his name. So, and again, he is one of those people that I would easily put in the top 20 of all time. You know, on a good day, on a very good day, I could even put him in the top 10 of all time. Um, he's up there, and yeah, I'm disappointed we won't see him in WWE at least for the foreseeable future. You know, depends what this multi-year contract is. If it's a 2-year contract, for example, then realistically, yes, we could see him. Um, if it's like a 5-year contract, then obviously, you know, it's up to Jericho if he's going to wrestle into his 60s.
Yeah.
Um, but you know, I think we criticize AEW a lot. This is actually probably one of the good things that they have done, keeping Jericho, because you know I think the two biggest mistakes they made in recent years were losing CM Punk and losing Cody Rhodes.
Yeah. But then again, you can't have Tony Khan be scared for his life.
Absolutely, absolutely. But you know, this is the thing with AEW. They're a bit like a. I mean, I'm trying to think of a football team that has a squad of decent players but can't win a. Well, maybe Arsenal, but I think it's an insult to AEW or to anyone to compare them to Arsenal. They're a bit like a Newcastle. You know, they've
Yeah.
got the players, they've got the resources, but for whatever reason, they just can't seem to kind of. They're not quite the finished article.
Yeah.
You know, there are easily 5 or 6 people on that roster that I would say I could take from AEW tomorrow, put them in WWE, and they'd be main eventers. You know, people
Yeah.
like, obviously John Moxley, who, if and when he ever does return to WWE, there is a main event storyline waiting for him. You know,
Yeah.
he could easily be dropped into a storyline with Roman Reigns or Seth Rollins. You know, MJF, someone who I think will headline a WrestleMania by the end of the decade. Well, we're already coming to the end of the decade, so maybe within the next 10 years, will headline, mark my words, will headline a WrestleMania. You know, Hikaru Shida, who's just returned, someone I'm a massive fan of. You know, a great technical wrestler, maybe not as great on the mic. You know, people like Willow Nightingale, again, great wrestler, great on the mic, popular character. She would do well. You know, even Toni Storm, I think, has been able to kind of reinvent herself
Yeah.
in AEW. She'd be great. Kenny Omega, I'm not a massive fan of, but could he have a decent run in WWE? Maybe. Hangman Adam Page? Maybe. So, Darby Allin, a great character. You know, could he have a decent run in WWE? Yeah, maybe. So you see, they've got great wrestlers, AEW, but,
Yeah.
you know, it's just such a crap program, a crap product to watch at the best of times. It's like I watch it sometimes just out of obligation, but it just feels so boring.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It just feels so boring. And the thing is, in terms of resources, the Khans have more money than TKO. They have more money. Well, I don't know about TKO as a company in its own, but they have money. There were strong rumors at one point the Khans were audaciously going to bid to buy WWE. And, perhaps they should have done. Perhaps they should have got out the checkbook and, just said, you know what, we'll take WWE. It would have been the
Yeah.
end of AEW because they would have just merged the two together. But anyway, that's beside the point. I just think, that they're a wasted opportunity, AEW. They've been around now for what 2019 they set up. So how many years is that now? 7 years.
Yeah.
We'll see. They'll survive, but in what capacity? It's just because at the moment it's just boring.
It is. You know what? The issue I have with AEW is that they've got the talent, like you said, and they've got money and they've got all this, but the matches and the stories are what the issue is. And I see clips from matches of, because I don't ever watch AEW, but I see clips and of matches or of promos, and the matches are all just very very similar. They're flippy floppy, stupid fucking matches where like you'll have a fucking 2 minute 2 minutes in the match where both superstars or both tag teams, if it's a tag team, will go at each other and hit each other with each other's big moves, and they'll just get up straight away and go into another big move, and then they'll get up straight away. It's like they're no selling all the finishers. And I just saw a match, Kenny Omega versus John Moxley, and no, who was it? John Moxley versus Will Ospreay. I saw uh, John Moxley do his DDT finisher as he does. He gets both arms, lifts them up, puts them on the head, and he did that to Will Ospreay. Will Ospreay got up straight, and then he was sat up like in a sitting position. And Will Ospreay, as he hit him with the DDT, literally sort of got up straight away and slapped the shit out of John Moxley and then lay down. It's like you've just no sold his finisher. Like, I don't know what AEW's obsession is with no selling everything. It doesn't look good. It doesn't make for a good product, and it doesn't make for good matches, because I'm starting to see that nearly every single match is the same thing. There is always a segment in the match where they'll just no sell everything, and they think that that's amazing, and it's not. But you can't tell the AEW fanboys. You cannot tell them, because they just defend that product no matter what happens. And that's the difference between a WWE fan and an AEW fan. Most WWE fans can be honest and criticise WWE when it's not good, which a lot of us are at the moment. An AEW fan, no matter how trash the product is, will never ever trash it. They'll just say it's good anyway. And that's what does my head in about AEW fans. But I'm not going to get into AEW fans, because this is a WWE stream, really, and it's a WWE week. So I just wanted to say that. But yeah, we'll see what happens with AEW. They've been around for 7 years, but not really made much progress, to be honest. They're still struggling to sell tickets. They're only just beating WWE's developmental program. Not even close to Raw or SmackDown. You know what? Where's the progress in 7 years? There hasn't been any. There was, and then it's sort of gone back. The peak, in my opinion, was that first All In at Wembley, the one we went to. That was at its peak, and then CM Punk left, and it dropped again. And it hasn't recovered since. Say what you want about CM Punk, he is a big name and he is a big star, and for AEW to lose somebody like that has affected them massively, to a point where they have never recovered from it. But Tony Khan did that himself. He feared for his life, apparently, and got rid of him. And I reckon he probably regrets that now. But anyway, let's not continue on that road. But yeah, we're about 50 minutes away from Raw. I will have a short break before Raw starts, get something to eat and stuff like that, ready for the show. But yeah, it's been a funny build to WrestleMania. I'm still excited for it. Still very much excited for it. But yeah, it has been a strange build. I mean, TKO as seemingly are listening in terms of dropping the ticket prices. I messaged you about this, but in the summer, they're going to be deducting ticket prices for what looks like a permanent move. Don't know about how much, but they are lowering the prices significantly, and it looks like it's going to stay that way. And good, because at the end of the day, the WWE is a family product, and nobody, unless they're a fucking millionaire, can afford to go and watch WWE live on a regular basis, or even go to WrestleMania. If you want to go to WrestleMania, you've got to save up for about 4 or 5 years, if not longer, depending on how much you earn. It's ridiculous. But they're lowering the prices for the summer, so hopefully that means the prices for SummerSlam will be a bit cheaper. And I hope that they keep it that way. It's say what you want about you know, he who should not be named, um, McMahon. But he say what you want about him, but he never ever hiked the prices up to what TKO have. He never even thought about it. He kept the prices of the tickets where they should be and never ever tried to charge people fucking 10, 20 grand for a ticket. But, that's pretty much the only good thing I could say about him. But yeah, it's good that they're finally listening though. Um, uh, what was I going to say? Yeah, so let me just run through what we've got coming up this week in terms of our week long streams. I'm sure if you're a wrestling fan, a WWE fan, you'll know what's coming up, but I'll just go through my schedule for this week. So, as usual, like I've done over the last couple of years, I'm going to be doing a stream every day this week, ending at the Monday Night Raw after WrestleMania. And I will be so obviously doing tonight Monday Night Raw. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing NXT. It's a bit of a weird one though because I always do NXT because Stand and Delivery is usually on the same weekend of WrestleMania, but Stand and Delivery's already been, so it's a bit of a weird one. But I still do it anyway. But I do apologize though if I show a lack of interest in a way, but that's because I don't really know what's going on in NXT. The only thing I know about NXT at the moment is that Sol Ruka and Zarya are in a rivalry. That's all I know. Um, so I apologize about that in advance. But yeah, that's coming up tomorrow, NXT. Wednesday, we're just gonna have a general chat about WrestleMania, WrestleMania moments. We've already sort of chatted about how we feel about this year's WrestleMania, but we could probably talk more about that. Just a general chat about WrestleMania, just for a couple of hours, almost like a podcast episode, but it's not going to be an official podcast episode. Um, and then Thursday, we're going to be picking a WrestleMania to watch through. It's going to be picked by my co-host because I picked the one for last year, which was WrestleMania 25. So my co-host is going to pick the one this year. He hasn't made a decision yet, but whenever he does, I'll let you know on one of the streams that I'm doing. Then Friday is going to be Friday Night SmackDown, and obviously the Hall of Fame is also right after Friday Night SmackDown. But the Hall of Fame doesn't start until 5 o'clock UK time. Not a chance I'm staying up for that. I've got work in the morning of the Saturday, so there's no way I can stay up for that. So I'll probably just watch that on my own before night one of WrestleMania, and then night one of WrestleMania. I am going to my friends for it, but I'm hoping to still stream. I've got a Windows tablet that I'll take with me, so hopefully I'll still be able to stream. And then Sunday, obviously, you've got WrestleMania Night 2. And then Monday, obviously, the Monday Night Raw after Mania. Now, what I will say, in case you haven't realised, but WrestleMania is earlier this year, only about an hour. It starts at 11 o'clock GMT, so whatever time that is your time, but it starts at 11 p.m., not midnight for us. So that's good. It starts a little bit early for us. That's a bonus. That hopefully means it finishes a little bit earlier. Um, but yeah, looking forward to doing these streams as I have done for the last few years. Um, yeah, I did a video, saying what I was doing this week, and I also said about the potential future of me doing this sort of stuff and potential future of me streaming in general. And like I said, general streaming, I haven't really thought fully about it yet, and I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I might not do it anymore.
So
I'll still.
just to kind of chime in there, WrestleMania does start at midnight because 11 p.m. GMT is Greenwich Mean Time, which is prior to the clocks going forward.
No, it starts at 11 o'clock.
What does it say on Netflix?
It says 11 o'clock.
Let me have a look. Netflix.
I've looked at this. Let me have a look. Let's
Because
get rid of
Talk
that.
Sport are saying it starts at 12. Because remember, GMT refers to when the clocks don't go forward. So,
WrestleMania Live Saturday. Yeah,
so
11
yeah,
o'clock.
11 o'clock.
Yeah,
Yeah,
GMT +1. It says. There you go.
GMT plus one. Okay, so it's 11 o'clock then.
Yeah. I knew it. I knew it was. I knew I hadn't imagined it. But yeah. Going back to what I was saying. Yeah. So I haven't really decided on my future of streaming yet. I will. I will always do the Super Bowl stream because it's only once a year. Obviously, depending on what happens in my life in the next couple of years, you just don't know what the future holds. Um, I'll always do this week because I'm a wrestling fan. I'll always do this week. Um, and I'd like to continue with the podcast. We haven't done it for a while. In fact, we haven't done it since our 2025 wrap up. We haven't even done an episode in 2026 yet, but we will get to that. I do want to continue to do that because I do enjoy that. But in terms of like streaming games and doing other streams, unless I absolutely am in the mood for it, I probably won't do it anymore. I mean, I haven't been doing it anyway, but I'm just sort of gonna draw a line under it and not do that sort of stuff anymore. But like I said, I might do. Like, this isn't a confirmation, this is just a might. Because I've sort of said this stuff before and then gone back on it, so I don't want to confirm something and then go back at it again. But I will always do this WrestleMania week. I will always, obviously depending on what's happening in my life in the next couple of years, but I will always do this week, as long as I can, and I will always do the Super Bowl stream because I really enjoy the Super Bowl stream, and I will always do my charity stream, which is always around November, December time. I never really raise a lot, but I still raise something, and I love who I raise it for as well because it means something to me. So I'll always do that as well. So yeah, and I want to continue the podcast, like I said. So we'll get to that at some point, maybe next week after WrestleMania. We can do like a podcast episode, sort of a come down from WrestleMania. But yeah, yeah. So that's that. I just wanted to mention that just a little bit. Another thing I wanted to mention, um, something from my personal life. Just wanted to share some good news. It's nice to have some good news for once. In this world at the moment, there's not a lot of it going around, so it's nice to actually have some good news for once. I had my driving theory test. Well, technically yesterday now. Um, it was the first time I'd done it since I was like 21, 22. I passed it when I was that age, and then never even. I did one practical test, failed that, and didn't go back. So then sort of had to obviously do it again, and I passed first time, which
Nice.
is brilliant. It took me 4 times to do it before. It's supposed to be harder now, and somehow I've done it the first time, which I'm really glad about because it was what I was worried about more than my actual practical one. Because I'm actually relatively confident behind the wheel. I'm learning an automatic, so I'm relatively confident behind the wheel. But I'm in terms of theory stuff, I'm not the best, but somehow managed to pass first time. So that's a bit of good news. So I just thought I'd share that with you all.
Well done.
Um,
Well done.
thank you. But yeah,
I love those questions on the theory test when they say, um, you're about to approach a very icy road. What should you do? And one of the options is press down harder on the accelerator so you can negotiate the road faster. or
I'm pretty sure I had that exact question today or yesterday. I had
or
a question about ice.
or you see like an old lady standing at a crossing
What do you do? You accelerate towards her.
Accelerate towards her to get past her.
Oh
Oh
god.
dear. Or stuff about why you shouldn't drink, drinking alcohol before driving improves your reactions. Oh, seriously.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, that's a bit of good news there. Now I can focus on my practical, but unfortunately there is a bit of a waiting list for the practical. I was looking earlier, and the earliest I could get is September, so bit of a wait. But
Well, you can sing that song whilst you're driving. I like driving in my car. Do, 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 do.
um,
That's what I always used to do when I was
but
off.
yeah, I will be yeah, I will be doing some more lessons. I've got not my next lesson, but my lesson after. I've got my first lesson in the dark. I asked him to do that because I wanted to do that. Because I think it's important for me to have some experience in the dark before I actually am a fully fledged driver. Um, I also, hopefully he'll agree, but I also want to ask him to do a motorway lesson. But I know some instructors don't like to do it. You are allowed to do it, but if some instructors don't like to do it, so he might say no. But I'd like to do that as well. But yeah,
You should do that. Do your motorway lessons after you've passed your test. It's not essential at the moment.
no, that's true.
Just focus
But
on passing the test first.
yeah, so I think probably within probably next month I'll start looking around for cars and see what I can find. Obviously, I'm learning an automatic, so obviously it'll be an automatic car, so a bit more expensive, but um, yeah, I'll have a look around and see what I can find. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to afford one to pay it off straight away. I'd have to get one on finance, but it is what it is. Um, but yeah, now I passed my theory and I know I can just focus on my practical. I'm not that nervous about the practical because I've been driving quite well. And in my last lesson I had, my instructor said, if I drive like that in my test, I will pass. So I'm obviously doing well. And we did a fair few maneuvers as well, which if I didn't get a perfect on the first time, I got them perfect on the second time. So I'm doing a hell of a lot better than I ever expected to do, to be honest. So we'll see. We'll see what happens um, later on in the year when I do a practical. But anyway, I just thought I'd mention that because it's a bit of good news. It's nice to share a bit of good news. Where there's not a lot of good news going on in the world at the moment. So um, yeah. Um, so yeah. Um, anything you want to talk about?
No, not at the moment.
I've got about 20 minutes because I will go for a bit of a break before we'll start.
I was just saying the cheapest car you can get at the moment, brand new, is the Citroen Ami for
Mm.
£7,695.
Fucking hell. I wouldn't get brand new anyway.
No, but that's not the bit. It only has a top speed of 28 miles per
Oh, jeez.
hour.
Oh, God. Jesus.
You got the
I tell you what.
Dacia. You got the Dacia Sandero,
Yeah.
14,715. No, because I need a new car at some point as well. Wait, you're looking up cars as well?
No. I just had an idea of what we can talk about. Where is it? There it is.
Contemplating whether to get a pizza or a pot noodle.
Pizza all the way. Definitely if you're watching wrestling. Wrestling and pizza go hand in hand.
They do.
Okay. So the preview for tonight. So Seth Rollins and Gunter will be under one roof. So we'll get a confrontation between them. Ah, there you are.
There you are.
Uh, Femi and Brock Lesnar will be live tonight on Raw. Roman Reigns to send message to CM Punk on Final Raw before WrestleMania. And that's all we've got. So actually, no matches have been announced. We've just got 3 segments. So we'll see. We'll see what is to come in terms of matches. I'm sure there'll be some decent matches for the last Raw before Mania. Like I said, I do expect there to be maybe 1 or 2 more matches announced tonight. I don't think the card is final yet. That's just my opinion. I don't think it is. I mean, it very well could be, but I don't think it is. But yeah, so yeah, that's what's coming up on Raw. No matches announced, like I said, but yeah, that's what's coming up on Raw. Um, yeah, so I saw a clip of Friday Night SmackDown, Danhausen having his very first match.
Yeah,
And he won. Yeah, it was. He seems like, from what I saw of the match, he seemed like he's actually not a bad wrestler, to be honest.
oh,
Uh,
he's always been a good wrestler.
yeah.
It's just, is he a better comedian or a better wrestler? That's the question.
I've never, um, I've never. Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't see your message there in the chat. JST Killer, hello, welcome. Hope you're okay. I do apologise, I didn't see that. Yeah. What was I saying then? Gonna made. What was I talking about then? Do you remember?
Nah, I've forgotten. Sorry.
Fuck's sake. That's gonna do my head in now. What was I fucking talking about now? Um, talked about Raw. We talked about. Uh, I was saying about more matches being added, but I don't know. It's gonna do my head in. I can't believe I just forgot like that. um. um. But yeah, I think it'll be a good. I'm doing good. How are you, Danhausen? Oh, Danhausen, it was. Thank you, JST. Thank you so much. That was going to do my head in. Yeah, I was
At
talking about
least someone was
Danhausen.
paying attention.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention to my own fucking conversation. I'm not doing bad, JST. I excited for WrestleMania week. Don't know if you have me on YouTube as well, but we're doing, like I've done the last couple of years, a stream every day throughout WrestleMania week. NXT tomorrow. Um, a general discussion about WrestleMania on the Wednesday. We're going to do a WrestleMania watch along on Thursday. Don't know which one yet. My co-host will choose. Friday Night SmackDown on Friday, but not Hall of Fame because it's on far too late and I've got work on the Saturday morning. Then WrestleMania Night 1, I will be at my friend's, but I'm hoping to still stream it. And then WrestleMania Night 2, and then the Monday Night Raw after Mania. So that's what's coming up. Um, in case you didn't know, JST. But yeah, Danhausen. Going back to Danhausen, I never, I've never once said he's a bad wrestler. I've never seen any of his matches because when he was in AEW, he was out for like 2 years and they just didn't use him. So I never really saw any of his matches. So it was good to see him finally get a match in WWE. It seemed like a pretty good match, and he did the whole "you are cursed" thing to Kit. What's his name?
Kit Wilson.
Kit Wilson on the top rope, and then the bloody pyro came out and made Kit Wilson fall on his little kit. So yeah, it was a good. From what I saw, it was a decent match, and apparently he's going to be having a match at WrestleMania, but that's not been confirmed yet. So we'll see what happens with that. AEW's pay per view was good last night. All right. Fair enough. You know, obviously you're entitled to enjoy what you want. I'm not an AEW fan, so I didn't watch it. But you know, if you enjoyed it, fair play.
I didn't get to watch it last night. I was on a very long train journey back from Glasgow to London, a 10-hour train journey,
All right.
on a sleeper train, hoping I could get some sleep. And guess what? I couldn't sleep on the train.
Oh,
It was
bloody hell.
horrible. It was really horrible.
Yeah. Oh, you only watch their pay per view, so you don't watch like Dynamite and Collision and stuff. JST. Okay. Um, fair enough. Fair enough. That's what I used to do before I stopped watching it altogether. I used to just watch the pay per views, and then I just felt the pay per views were just far. You know, they were just far too long. They were always like 5 hours long, and they used to have like fucking 15 matches, and I just couldn't keep up with it. Like it'd be too much. And that's an issue that AEW have. They think more is better, and it's not always. Like they may criticize WWE for having 5 matches on a PLE, but at the end of the day, then 5 matches are usually pretty decent matches, and you know they're relatively they're a good length, and you can actually concentrate on them instead of it being a load of like 15 fucking matches where they go from one to the other relatively quick because they have to get through the matches. Um, last night's pay per view, for example, finished at 5:30, and that's my point exactly. It likely started at 12 o'clock, and it finished at 5:30. That's 5.5 hours. There's nothing wrong with them doing that for their biggest their biggest pay per view of the year, like whatever that may be. But they don't have to do it for every single one. Like WWE, they only really do longer PLEs if it's a big event. So SummerSlam, WrestleMania, Royal Rumble. They don't do it for the rest. The rest are like 2.5 hours long, and it's enough really. 2.5 hours to 3 hours, and it's enough. You don't really need much more than that, as long as the show is good. More is not always better, but Tony can't seem to get that through his head. But anyway, I'm not going to keep going on about it. But no, I'm glad you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed it, JST. Started at 1. That's my only issue with AEW is the runtime. Yeah, okay. So I mean, it's not as bad, 4.5 hours, but it's still long. Um, far too long. Well, not far too long, but long. Um, if it was just every other, so if it was just only sort of a couple of pay per views they did that runtime for, it wouldn't be so bad. But it's every single one. It's yeah. Uh, so yeah. So JST, what are you looking forward to mostly at WrestleMania this weekend? Then, uh, going to WWE, I think we get another match added tonight. Yes, I said that. I think we do. I think it might be Asuka versus Io. Because it does look very much like Nikki Bella is going to be ready for WrestleMania. So, um, the Kabuki Warriors are not going to be in that match. I think it's going to be Asuka versus Io, and Kyrie will cost Asuka, and that's where the turn will happen. And Kyrie will finally stand up to Asuka. That's how it should go. That's how it should go, judging by how the story's been. That's how it should go. That's how WWE should do it. But it doesn't always mean that that's what they will do. Just because they should do it doesn't mean they're going to do it. I hope they do, but who knows? Over Femi versus Brock is the one you're most looking forward to. Well, that kicks off night 2, doesn't it? So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As much as I don't really like seeing Brock on my screen, I have to say I am looking forward to it because I'm a big fan of Over Femi. I think he's the next big thing, which is what Brock used to be. Funnily enough, and he's so over as well with them chants as well. Over, he's so over. It's unbelievable.
It's like
Uh,
chance.
yeah. All he needs to, yeah. All he needs to start saying after everyone, if after every person he beats, is who's next or you're next. and then it'll be just like Goldberg. I think they could add Tiffany Stratton versus Julia. I hope so, because I want Julia to be on the card. She's the only champion not defending at WrestleMania at this point, and I think she's so good. It'd be so unfair for her not to be on that card. And Tiffany
She is great.
Stratton, who a year ago was going into WrestleMania as champion against Charlotte Flair, isn't even on the card. Same for Io, to be fair. She was going into last year's WrestleMania as champion and isn't even on the card yet this year. So they've got to add him. They've got to add him.
Tiffy time and beautiful madness. I think I'll just the excitement. I can't contain myself.
Trick has to win as well. Yeah, I mean, I hope you're not one of these fans that think that Sammy is Sammy Hogan. I hope you just want Trick to win because you're a fan of Trick, and not that you're hating on Sammy because I can't stand that. Not that everyone's entitled to their opinion. I just don't like the fact that people just hate on Sammy because they somehow think that it was his idea for him to win the championship when he has no creative control at all. But anyway, I wouldn't, I would have I would have nothing against Trick Williams winning at all because I think Trick is also one for the future. I think he's going to be fantastic, and I think he's going to be around for a while, and he's going to be, in the main event at some point. I truly believe that. I mean, they're already sort of portraying him as like a main event talent, but he's in the mid card because of the way he dresses and the way his entrance is and all that sort of stuff. So I've got nothing against Trick winning at all. Um, yeah, we'll get into our predictions for WrestleMania closer to the weekend. I think Trick has the hype and mention behind him, and I love Sami Zayn. Oh, good, good. I'm glad that you're not just hating him for hating reason. But yeah, he does. Trick does have the hype and momentum behind him. He's so over. There's a few people that are massively over at the moment, and I'm looking forward to seeing their WrestleMania entrances just for that reason because they're going to be big entrances. I'm also intrigued. Moving on from the matches, I'm also intrigued to see what the stage is going to be like. They're not going to have it the same as last year. That would be fucking idiotic. Just because they're doing it in the same place doesn't mean they need to have. It doesn't mean you need to have the same stage. Although an amazing stage last year, don't get me wrong, you don't need it 2 years in a row. They need to do something different this year, and I think that's what they will do. We'll get the reveal at some point this week. I'm not sure when, but I'll make sure I talk about it whenever it's been revealed, and show the video on my stream when it's been revealed. Yeah, they've started the stage production. I think they started it on Sunday. I think. Cody, however, now he needs to lose. Yeah, I wouldn't say he needs to lose, but I think we're ready for a Randy reign. To be honest, I think we are. As long as it doesn't include Pat for the whole thing, we're ready for a Randy reign. Ready for him to be a 15-time champion. Definitely. I mean, it's been long enough. He's not been champion for ages. But who knows? Who knows what will happen in that match? It'll be a good match, whatever happens. Did they start the stage production today? I thought it was on Sunday, yesterday. Because I saw a picture of them already started. Bruno Mars concerts were on this weekend, so it got delayed. Right. Okay, so they've only got a couple of days to get it up then. I hope that. If it's. I'm sure they'll get it done. I also know that the seats in the stage again, like there was last year. So you can buy seats on the actual stage. But people who got tickets to the stage last year have actually said that, to be honest, even though it's cool to be sat in the stage, it's not actually the best view. So yeah, I think they'll reveal it Friday probably, because it'll have to be done by Friday, I would imagine. Even though obviously night one isn't until Saturday, I would imagine they would have to have it done by Friday. Yeah, so not long till Raw now. In about 5 minutes, I'll go and have a a break and get something to eat and a drink and stuff like that ready for the start of the show, and then we'll get comfy for the start of the show.
Would now
It,
be a good time to talk about football?
well, yeah, we've got about 5 minutes, so yeah.
Well, which one should we talk about first, then, your team or mine?
Well, my team does not really a lot to say, but obviously, it's you know, it,
Well, Leeds winning at Old Trafford for the first time since 1981. Neither of us were born the last time they did.
uh, to be honest, if I'm being quite honest, I didn't even know when they were playing Leeds. I couldn't remember. I'm glad I didn't. If they did lose as well. Fuck me. And Martinez got sent off. Oh Jesus Christ! What happened there? We've been doing so well. Anyway, I still think we'll be in the top four.
Well, never mind the top four. It's who's going to be the top dog, as it were. And what do you think's going to happen in that title race now?
I think City will get it. I think Arsenal are bottling it. They bottled the Carabao. They bottled the FA Cup. They only won 1-0 against Sporting, which I do believe they're going to bottle as well. And they
That's
lost against Bournemouth. So they're doing what they always do. They're bottling it, and I think City will beat them because City have got momentum. They're still winning. Arsenal haven't been winning.
City have to win.
So I think City will win, and then they'll only be 3 points behind Arsenal. And Arsenal have still, well, they've not got that many hard games left, to be honest. They've got a fair few easier teams, but then they just lose against Bournemouth, so you never know.
Yeah, but also City have got a game in hand against Burnley. And then even with the teams that they've got remaining, I mean, City still have to go to Bournemouth. We've both still got Fulham. So Newcastle still have to go to Arsenal. All in the hunt for European football. We've got Aston Villa, last game of the season.
Yeah,
And they've got Crystal Palace away. But obviously, by those two games, Aston Villa could have already won the Europa League and therefore may not have anything to play for. Crystal
yeah,
Palace may have reached the Conference League final, which will be the Wednesday after the last game of the season, and therefore will probably rest players. So it's looking very interesting. But also another big game. Arsenal have to go to West Ham. And obviously West Ham gave us a tough game. I was there.
yeah.
JST saying it's City's to lose. I don't think it's City's to lose. I still think Arsenal are in the driving seat, but because
I know I have to agree to an extent. I do think it is City's to lose now because I think Arsenal are bottling it, and I think City needs to keep up the win, keep up winning,
well, no,
and
I mean because
you
City
know,
are still behind.
yeah,
The
yeah,
only
true,
reason we have the only reason we have an opportunity is because crucially we have a game in hand, and B, obviously our next game is against Arsenal at home. But City have to effectively win all their remaining matches and swing the goal difference, which obviously if they beat Arsenal and then win the game in hand without conceding, then obviously that goal difference would have been gone. But it's clearly a case of now either team has to kind of be perfect now between now and the end of the season. And look, City effectively could be 10 wins away from winning a treble. Because obviously, if they get past Southampton and then reach the FA Cup final, and then obviously if they win all their remaining league
the
games,
domestic treble, yeah,
um,
not the actual treble.
well, the Palace game needs to be rearranged, but the Burnley game obviously takes place midweek when I don't think anybody else is. Well, Arsenal certainly aren't playing midweek, so um, by the time Arsenal play on Saturday or Sunday against Everton, City could already be level on points with them. I think, yeah, obviously the Palace game needs to be rearranged as well. Um, but and there's obviously the potential that the game on the weekend of the FA Cup games will be rearranged. So I still think Arsenal will drop points, hopefully against us, and then against one of those teams fighting relegation, so West Ham. So Arsenal have blown it already. Let's hope
Yeah,
they can finish the job and just blow it completely, and then
yeah,
we can all laugh at Arsenal. But not
absolutely.
just Arsenal, not just Arsenal. There's a bit of drama happening at the other end of the table. Tottenham Hotspur are now officially in the relegation zone.
Yeah, I think they're going down.
They're in some big fucking trouble.
Yeah, I think I do. No, I do think they're going down. I
Imagine if they do
honestly
go
do.
down, though, that would be by far the largest stadium in the in the championship. And of all the recent
Yeah,
relegations in recent years, you know, Aston Villa, Newcastle, you know, even in the 2000s, you had City. I
mm,
do genuinely think this would be the biggest team to be relegated from the Premier League in this day and age.
yeah,
When you consider that 7 years ago they were in the Champions League final,
absolutely.
and
Um,
you know last year they won the Europa League, so you know the shit could well hit the fan
yeah,
on both sides of North London. Hopefully,
yeah. Um, right. So, going to take a short break before Raw starts, but I will be back in time for the start of Raw. Um, so yeah, thank you everybody who's joining us today, and don't forget to join us throughout the whole entire week because we will be live every day. Um, but yeah, I shall be back shortly. Hello, everybody. We're back. Just in time for the start of the show. I just need to actually put it on. Should be good. Hopefully. See what we're
Yes,
kicking off with.
it shall be.
Then, now, forever, together.
Never.
Oh, why are the subs on?
Don't you think Drew McIntyre looks like Jesus?
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah.
If they make a movie about Jesus, they should get Drew McIntyre to play Jesus. By laughing, I'm not disrespecting religion or Jesus or anything. I'm just laughing at the thought of Drew McIntyre as Jesus.
Yeah.
And the crucifixion. Drew. Oh. Speaking of Jesus, have you seen the latest social media post by a certain president
Oh, yeah.
comparing himself to Jesus?
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say to that, to be honest, anymore.
No, me neither.
But it's things like that that kind of make you wonder about the WWE Hall of Fame. To be honest, I don't really. My personal opinion, I don't really give a toss about the WWE Hall of Fame. It's just seen as a yearly celebration. Do you reckon the two storylines could converge?
I mean, it already seems like they sort of are.
But maybe it might be something post WrestleMania, something
Maybe,
like,
yeah.
I don't know, Roman, Randy, and Pat McAfee versus Cody, Punk, and I don't know,
Jelly roll.
Jelly Roll at I don't know,
Backlash.
whatever the next. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. No, that's like good. I could see that happening.
I mean, that could be a way. Pat McAfee comes out to interfere on behalf of Randy Orton, but then Jelly Roll comes out, and then McAfee tries the same again. Ugh, look at Charlotte.
Ah,
There you are, Gunter.
there you are. God, arenas in America are so much grander and fucking just grander than fucking ours. Apart from maybe Wembley.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, it depends on what you mean by arena. If you mean like the standard indoor stuff, I mean,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
don't forget, they usually host NBA basketball and
Yeah, that's
NHL
true.
hockey,
Yeah.
whereas we don't really have an arena culture, as it were,
No.
except for concerts.
Yeah.
I mean, mind you, I don't mind the co-op live.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice arena. It's a shame that it's next to such shit, but you
well,
know,
it
it
seems
is what
like
it is.
your former manager keeps turning up at our games now. He was at the Man City Liverpool game.
Well, Amarim,
No, Ferguson.
why would he do that?
Don't know, but he was there.
Yeah.
Maybe because Ratcliffe's not giving him tickets anymore.
He wouldn't need Ratcliffe to give him tickets. He's still on the board.
Well, maybe he's a secret blue.
No,
He's always got.
he's probably just hate watching.
Maybe, but he was there.
Mm.
Oh, bah.
Oh, oh, Adam, Pearce, and Triple H, who's in the ring. Okay.
Oh, the other big news on my end, I got around to trying Greg's new addition, the chicken
Yeah.
roll, the chicken sausage roll.
How is it?
You want my honest opinion?
Yeah, of course.
Didn't really taste like anything. It was bland and dry.
Hello?
Not as dry as the vegan sausage roll, but
You're cutting out.
oh, can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
I can, yeah. Go on, what were you saying?
It was just really bland and dry. Not
Mm.
like the vegan sausage roll, but it just didn't really taste of anything.
Mm.
The OG sausage roll is the one.
Well, here comes our favourite.
Yeah, we can use this moment to kind of just talk over the segment for it until Oba comes out. So interesting, the interaction between Paul Heyman and Gunter. Gunter suggesting that he's owed something, and I think that something is Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, I agree.
So that will be, I reckon, the SummerSlam main event. The Ring General versus the Womanizer.
Oh, God.
I have honestly never been a fan of Brock Lesnar since day one.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that as a bitter person because he broke the streak or he took the title away from Goldberg at WrestleMania, but I just don't like the guy.
Yeah.
And I always find people who say that they don't like meeting their fans or signing autographs just to be a bit weird. He's just not a likable individual. I'm sorry to say that.
Mm.
And hopefully, if it is a genuine retirement match that's coming up, he can just, excuse my language, he can just fuck off into the sunset.
Mm.
Did he say a Nigerian death warrant?
Yeah.
God. Thank God it's not going to be that infamous Nigerian drum fight.
Yeah.
I thought Oba was going to come out.
I thought so too.
They still do. Did you watch the Tyson Fury fight on Saturday? Tom? Hello, Tom. Hello, Tom. Can you hear me, Tom?
Yeah.
Did you watch the Tyson Fury fight on Saturday?
No.
It was on Netflix. There were a fair few WWE references throughout the night.
I'm guessing he won.
He did. On points.
Yeah.
And then he called out Anthony Joshua, who was at ringside.
It's about time them two had that fight. It's been rumoured for years.
It has. It has. Let's see what happens.
2 YouTubers in one match.
Hmm?
I said 2 YouTubers in one match.
Yeah.
Here is Charlotte.
Andrade was a very lucky man.
Oh, in your opinion.
She's attractive.
Yeah, like I said, in your opinion, she is. Yeah,
You don't appreciate beauty.
I don't see any beauty there apart from Alexa.
I'm
I
sure
just see,
Nia
I
Jax is
just see
more your.
plastic.
I'm sure Nia Jax is more your style,
Oh, absolutely.
or Shayna Baszler.
Oh God.
Shayna the Spade Face.
Spade face.
Just a disclaimer out there: our chats can often be a little bit. I don't want to say politically incorrect, but if you have ever watched an episode of The In-Betweeners,
Yeah,
which of course is making a comeback, isn't it?
it is. The moments that make the mania. Wonder if they're going to talk about that infamous WrestleMania 20 moment.
Nope, they went 10 years into the future. Well, they say, the guy who used to own the company made the decision to end the streak, but I think in reality the reason why they did it was because he got concussed
Yeah,
and he couldn't really react, and it would have looked bizarre. I honestly think that was the worst thing they ever did, ending the
yeah.
streak. They should never have ended the streak. Because if they hadn't ended the streak that year and then Sting signed for the company later in the year, they could have easily had the Sting match. You don't like Bailey?
I like Bailey. I like Lyra.
Yeah, I think Bailey's very pretty. I like the purple hair.
Yeah,
Ah, the sex. I really don't get why they do the Hall of Fame back to back with SmackDown in the same arena. I just think that's such a con.
it's like the thing is though. It's like where what other point could they do it? Because there's no day really free in the week to do it.
Well, I don't know. Either cancel that week's SmackDown in favor of the Hall of Fame, or do SmackDown earlier in the week Or, yeah, that's what I think they should do. I think the Hall of Fame should be a standalone event on a separate day with like no restrictions.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, then think about it. If you're watching SmackDown, that's what, 2-3 hours. Then there's a break before the Hall of Fame starts. That's another 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
You're right.
The other alternative would be to do the Hall of Fame outside of WrestleMania week, as in like the show, and then invite the guests back for WrestleMania. Like, say, the week before, if they did the Hall of Fame the week before.
That could be an option. Absolutely.
Or do it the Saturday before.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't like it when they do it on SmackDown
No.
and literally in the ring. I just think it's just so cheap and corny. You know, I preferred it when it was on a proper stage in like a theatre or whatever. Everyone comes in black tie. But this is TKO, so they never do anything professionally. I mean, don't forget, in the past, they never used to do SmackDown live, did they? On a Friday night during, or Thursday night during WrestleMania week. It was always pre-recorded,
Yeah.
or it was just a preview show for WrestleMania.
Yeah. Pardon me. Oh, what a kick.
Oh, Clash in Italy's on the 31st of May. That's the day after the Champions League final.
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to get to the final?
Not Arsenal.
I've got a horrible feeling they might,
Nah.
but then lose in the final, of course.
Nah, they're not going to get to the final. They're not going to get through Sporting.
Well, we hope. Obviously, Liverpool have got PSG tonight. They're 2-0
Yeah.
down. But them Scousers have a odd way of turning things around at Anfield.
Hey?
I know, eh? Hey. You know, Jamie Carragher thought it was disgraceful last week. So he's going to be there tonight at Anfield, hoping that Arnie Slot can turn it around. Because if not, it'll be the lowest point in the history of Liverpool Football Club. And then you got Arsenal tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're in today now, so it's Tuesday today.
Yeah.
That game on Sunday is going to be super high.
Yeah. Oh. Hi, Brave Thunder on YouTube. I'm doing okay. Good, good. Thank you for joining us. Not a bad match to as the first one for Raw. Been a good back and forth match. Oh, Lyra thrown straight into Bailey. And Lyra gets the win, like thanks to Bailey.
God, look at these guys. They look like such a bunch of misfits.
Yeah.
They fit right in TNA. Honestly, I just find nothing interesting about them. Nothing entertaining.
No. Penta.
Ah, there you are, Penta.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, there you are, Penta. Flip it.
Flip it.
Rum, rum. Flip it. Meow. Oh, he's gonna speak.
Hola, amigo.
Need subtitles. Hola.
Hola, amigo.
Before he was Hulk Hogan, he was.
I'll give it a miss, I think.
Time for a toilet.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. I'm still here.
Alright, no, I wouldn't have blamed you.
Eric Bischoff still lives off this.
Of course he does. I won't be watching that.
I'll watch it just to confirm how much of a cunt he was.
Yeah.
I mean, the last week when they showed the trailer, did I miss the bit where he seemed upset and surprised that he got booed? And I'm like thinking to myself, really? Really? And this kind
Yeah.
of sums up why the man was a piece of shit.
Poor Kathy Kelly getting knocked over. This is so personal, this match. There we go.
The US last year, you went into Wrestlemania as world champion. But this year, we really I have a book about the new world. I have to listen to I remember your birthday tonight against you. Right. Then I. Girl, come on.
Io versus Kyrie. Boo, 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 boo. But, but.
Ah, there you are, Gunther. Hello, you there, Tom?
Yeah.
There you are.
There you are.
Uh,
Gunter.
there you are, Gunther.
Flip it.
Michael Cole calls him Gunther. It's Gunther. Gunther. Ah, there you are, Gunther. Gunther was my favourite character in Friends.
Yeah.
Ah, there you are.
Las Vegas is hosting the 26th WWE Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Dolby Live. The West Coast Dennis
Oh, no messing.
Io versus Kyrie. You awake?
I should be back in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Io needs to learn to mind her own business. He's put. Oh, look at the poor girl. She. What? I don't know. The loss. I have lost. We're saying real Rusev could be caught in its drag. To the apron. Yeah. That's not at all what she said. Oh, big kick by Scott. And now we are. Kyrie. Sky is suddenly taken over. Now the EO chance here in Sacramento. See how you perform with somebody screaming all night. How well versed I am. And Oscar now trying to regroup and he's outside. It's a Kyrie. He was got a literal tug of war over the Pirates. Oh, impact collision. You might have had her bell rung there. All Kyrie has to do is finish. Driven into the steel steps. Kyrie saying this against you. Kyrie is thriving right now. Kyrie saying getting in the first place. I think we're seeing something special out of Kyrie. Kyrie covered. After Jessica Scott. He was former two-time world champion, three-time. Kyrie's been a three-time tag champ. Kyrie delivers an elbow. Once again. Kick out at two. How disturbed. Kyrie just continues the pressure. He has had a hard. Oh, and a cheap shot by Asuka. He's been having a hard time just getting into this match. Cover here by Kyrie. Kick out the how proud Asuka is of herself. And of Kyrie's son. To make Asuka happy, everybody's happy. What's up, left? Shoulders down. Kick out at two. Oh, Kyrie runs into the ring. God, he's got an opportunity. Io Sky looking to rally here tonight on Monday Night Raw from 12,000 in Sacramento. The final Raw before Wrestlemania this Saturday night. Two-night spectacle begins. Io Sky starting to roll at the expense of Kyrie. God, yeah, we were talking about this how Io Sky really hasn't been able to get any type of control in this matchup, but perhaps got the momentum now. Io, oh, kick right under the chin. Heading up to the top rope. The genius of the Sky loves to pull a train attack. Starting to look bleak. Kyrie Sane. Io now, top rope. Kyrie meets her there. Io. Kyrie, opposite side of the apron. What the hell? High risk position for Darius for both women. You know, both women put Kyrie Sane away. Kyrie trying to block. Headbutt drops Io. The top rope. Oh no! Oscar! Unbelievable! I can't believe Io's still conscious. Here's Rio Ripley. Look at your ass to get involved. Ripley looking for Riptide. The WWE champion. Ripley on Sunday. Ain't letting Rhea know it's me you have to worry about. This with a back fist. Sky gonna go up top. And Oscar again getting involved. Kyrie pulls up Rio. Kyrie with the win. Thanks to Oscar. All of the story, Michael Cole. Oscar ecstatic for victory. Rio Scott. WWE World is returning to Las Vegas. 16th and 20th. All new activations to return of fans experiences in the largest superstore in WrestleMania history. Plus, just announced, goes to WrestleMania 42, the greatest of all time. John Cena is joining the stats lineup. Limited tickets launch right now at the WWEworld.com. Can't believe that WrestleMania week real down the road. And on WrestleMania Sunday, the for the Intercontinental Championship, AJ Lee, the first WrestleMania in 11 years, defending against the former champion Becky Lynch. Here's a look inside this rivalry. Is presented by AJ Lee.
Becky, she just like the fire lady that I am for big mistake. nobody likes coming forward. You saw the replacement. I'm proud of you and everything that you've done. You've made history, but none of that happens without me. I'll show you why I am the best of my generation. I am yours. I am your daughter's favorite wrestler. I will give you what you want at Wrestlemania. Wrestlemania, that's my domain. My domain. Do the damn. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Agent. We've met in this ring. You like a dog.
For the first time in over a decade, go down. Ever. The roller. Oh, for the match with Brock Lesnar. You know, Danhausen's been in a mood, Corey, ever since he won. It will be his first ever Wrestlemania. And one little small detail about this Danhausen's heading into it. Undefeated! Yeah, that's right, they're so powerful. Look, who celebrates this undefeatedness? You see Danhausen's toy is set up right here. Let's give away some free t-shirts. Let's see if I can do it this time. Yeah, keep putting it in. Yeah, I did it again. Remember, what's WrestleMania? You are back. He's not very good with the machinery. Busy being evil. That was something. Chief Content Officer Paul Triple H Levesque Pearson, General Manager. You know, Triple H will be a guest on his wife's podcast, but Triple H versus the world. He will actually interview the Hall of Fame inductees, Kevin. What's your story? Available Thursday. And speaking of Triple H, he's in the ring with our general manager, Adam Pearce, as they get set for the collision that'll kick off WrestleMania Sunday. Live on ESPN Papa, Brock Lesnar, Oklahoma, Baby. WrestleMania Sunday. Earlier tonight, Brock Lesnar signed the contract for the match. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one signature on this contract. What do you say we get a second round here and make this thing official? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brock Lesnar's opponent at WrestleMania, the ruler.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here, yeah.
Oh, bah.
Oh, bah.
We'll do it at the same time when they all start it. Oh, bah. Oh, bah.
Oh, bah.
Oh,
Oh,
bah.
bah.
Oh, bah.
Oh, bah.
Oh, bah. Oh, bah. Oh, bah. Oh, bah. Oh, bah. Oh, bah. Oh, bah. Oh, bah. Oh, bah. Oh, bah. He be beat them. In it. Hello?
Hello?
He done beat that Brock Lesnar. Mash him up. That Brock Lesnar, he be mixed up.
In this industry my entire life, I've never, ever seen someone come across to the audience as the biggest star in the industry as fast as Obafemi. Being in the industry my entire life, I know where I'm safe and I know where I'm not. You, sir, are a violent man. So I'm going to stay here if that's okay with you. But being that you're a violent man, that's the thing I like most about you. You, Obafemi, are the most violent person to come into WWE since Brock Lesnar. You are the fastest rising star to the top in WWE since Brock Lesnar. You are the most impressive athlete. You are the most impressive fighter. You are the most impressive combat athlete. Excuse me a moment. I have to be honest with you. You're starting to piss me off. The problem is on Sunday it all comes to an end. On Sunday at WrestleMania, everything that you built comes crashing nothing but pride. You, sir, are in the real main event of when you get conquered and God, you will be conquered someday by Brock Lesnar. I give you my word over Femi. I promise you, when you need to rebuild your career after WrestleMania, my door will always be open to over.
Interesting.
Paul, it's taking everything in me to not come down that run and beat you pillar to post.
You go beat him.
Physical pain and suffering. Listen, if I beat him up, physical scars will heal. Loses your door of opportunity. Close it now because the only door to WrestleMania. Because 2 months ago, you and your bitch, you came in this ring, you issued an open challenge to whoever could get, even caring who would. And why did you care? Because there's been 25 years of history that says Brock Lesnar is not the But I have 4 weeks of history that says he absolutely can't. And it's never personal, Paul. It's never been personal. It's now your business, but it's not business as usual. This time, you can feel it. I can feel it. Hey, feel it. You've been there the entire time. You've been there the whole way. You are his friend, his advocate, mouthpiece, a good mouthpiece, but never been an honest one. If you were honest, you would have come out here and you would have said, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hema, and my client, Brock Lesnar, is scared of a baby. He is afraid because I am the ruler, the destroyer, the bringer of war, the mountain that you cannot climb, the mountain that you cannot conquer. Win and resurrect and defeat the beast. It's end because I won. Always been the one. The one, Paul. The one. I know it. They know it. And at WrestleMania, you will know it too. Going into a match with Brock Lesnar with his steel
Over.
ready for this match will kick off WrestleMania Sunday live on ESPN 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific.
Mhm.
What on earth is this?
Liv Morgan has released a song, from what I've read, and this is it.
But it's by the band Death Rebel. It's basically her theme song, isn't it?
No, it's not anywhere near what her theme song is.
Saying on the
So
subtitles that the song's called Live Gone Mad by Death Rebel.
no, that's not what I read. I read it was called Trouble. Yeah, see, Trouble.
The brand new song and music video debuted on Billboard. It's her entrance theme called Trouble, performed by Liv Morgan herself.
Fair enough.
WrestleMania Sunday. Devon heads into his very first WrestleMania. Tonight he tags with Dragon Lee against Rusev and J.D. McDonough. Live next on Netflix. Corey Devon heads into WrestleMania. The fourth youngest performer in history of that great event, and he could become the youngest intercontinental champion of all time. You know, Javon Evans, the young OG, has all the tools, physically speaking. And Javon, I'm the one. Can he capture the intercontinental champion? Importantly, can he outpace the five other competitors who have the exact same goal? WWE Rey Mysterio. And also is a high-risk offense for John Evans. Texas Energy. Corey, with this man, it's going to be capable of a ladder match on the grandest stage of them all. Riley has worked his entire life to get to WrestleMania. step foot inside WrestleMania for the first time in 7 years. This coming Sunday, it's his 5th match in WrestleMania. He's been in ladder match before, Money. No one will ever forget this iconic entrance. 32, the game Triple H. So WWE fans get the opportunity to see that Triple H's iconic entrance. Right. Yes, this is game himself. Don't miss the chance. WWE history. This is match. J.D. McDonough entering the ring. Tonight against Devon Dragon Lee for the 6-man will be a part of that 6-man challenge ladder match. Along with Penta, the champion for the Intercontinental title, and legendary Rey Mysterio. David McDonough wasting a little time. Go ahead. History. Hanging out. Away on J.D. McDonough. J.D. enters his very first WrestleMania this Sunday. Only a second did win at NXT a number of years ago. What an opportunity for these 6 men. They are going to be part of WrestleMania Sunday during the first time. This is broadcast live on ESPN Platform. An opportunity for these 6 men to showcase their powers. The world name. Team with Rusev, and Rusev now in off the tag. I mentioned before, Rusev does have. He really, such a difference about competitor. All the other ones in this match. How does Rusev do? See how it unfolds. We know Rusev has the power advantage. The rest of the field is going to have to utilize a different strategy than
Yeah.
very well for a big no count out for disqualification. Championship gone. Above the ring, you have to climb a ladder to grab the title. You will become champion. McDonough, Mabel Rusev. Rusev worked really well together through this through the course of every man for himself in WrestleMania. And you also got to figure J.D. McDonough is not going to be able to give Dominic Mysterio any backup when Dominic faces the Demon. Both of those matches on Sunday. It's a good thing, I think. Mr. Dom. Dragon Lee now sends Rusev into the corner. Dragon trying to make a tag and does to Javon Evans. Comes the young OG. And the youngest Intercontinental champion in history. In his very first WrestleMania. Down goes Rusev. Pace is picked up. Uh-oh, where we at? Evans, oh, suicide dive. Friday, J.D. McDonough toward the barricade. Catches Rusev with the right hand, and then a kick, and Rusev now stunned. Evans going to launch himself off the top rope clothesline now, kicks Rusev down. Evans, such a joy to watch, that youthful exuberance. And now McDonough, wow! J.D. wrong part of town right now. Rusev sent over the top rope to the floor. Javon Evans going to launch himself. Evans now. Rusev caught him with a right. Evans was able to put the brakes on just in time. Caught him with that one. Dragon Lee begging for a tag. No idea where he's at right now. J.D. McDonough drags Dragon Lee to the floor, not allowing Evans to make a tag. And McDonough with a springboard moonsault. Here comes Evans, who just dropped McDonough with a right. Evans now, he sees Rusev, who's right there in front of us at the announce table. Evans now caught by Rusev. Rusev just kicked Evans out of the air. Rusev, McDonough have taken control. dangers of having a match this close to WrestleMania. You're putting quite literally the biggest opportunity of your career at risk. I understand that a lot of talent wants to keep the game sharp. They want to keep themselves as game ready. With that comes a great deal of risk. If you're Devon Evans, something wrong with your back, you suffer a cracked rib, which Rusev is certainly capable of. That changes the complexion of the entire matchup this weekend. Oh, bouncing Evans face first the announce table. Evans being punished by Rusev. Now J.D. McDonough, and again, you can only imagine what he's going to do in another match. This man is as tough as nails. Another risk he wouldn't want to take. Opportunity! Oh, for J.D. to win his first championship here at WWE. I think McDonough could be something of a dark horse. I think J.D.'s been looked at as a sidekick and tag along to the Judgment Day for so long. People how dangerous, how skilled J.D. McDonough is. McDonough got there, over the leg, kick out. I mean, I agree. I've been singing, he ducks himself sometimes, but I've been singing the praises of J.D. McDonough for some time now. I just wish he'd get himself away from Dominic Mysterio. You just hate when other people have friends, don't you? You want Kyrie to get away from Asuka, you want J.D. to get away from Dominic. Look at that. Evans trying to get the Dragon Lee. McDonough brings it back to his feet. And he's whipped into the corner. I can't imagine the 6 men are going to be capable of. What about Pence? City. McDonough as well. Whoa! Dragon Lee scorching the earth tonight in Sacramento. He calls the mania. He suplex. Dragon Lee picking up the pace. Oh! Space fly over. What a spinach fly by Dragon Lee. Oh! Big kick. Between the eyes of Rusev and where we at? Oh! Match is going to be so much fun. WrestleMania Sunday. Got McDonough stacked up, looking for the win. Pay homage to his former tag team champion partner, the Hall of Fame, AJ Styles. Styles for Dragon and Rusev over the fray. Rusev. And just another fallaway slam to Evans. Rusev realizes this is an opportunity to gain some semblance of an upper hand prior to WrestleMania. Inflict as much damage as possible. Now the accolade. The Hall of Fame. Legend. Rey Mysterio. Rusev Rusev has laid out everyone. Here comes Eddie back into the front. But Rusev caught it. How is that for a statement? Well, so much for your tag team partner. Because Sunday, it's every man for himself. Asuka kicks for everyone. And what the Dragon League. Now gonna punish Dragon League with an accolade. And nobody to comment. Rusev, spectacular. And that's everyone. This is about to be a part of this hour on Wrestlemania Sunday. The Brock Lesnar overcoming. Before about this match, the six-pack knockout, the World Title Championship. It is live on ESPN Bravo. The hour of Wrestlemania Sunday. What a statement made by the Lion. Rusev ready. Let's take a look at what is on tap in Las Vegas. Of course, it all started Friday with the kickoff show, SmackDown, Raw. First hour. Against the Viper Randy Orton. The greatest of all time, the 17-time world champion, John Cena returns as the host of WrestleMania. It's not just WrestleMania this weekend in Las Vegas. Of course, it's SmackDown Friday night, the night before WrestleMania, and then, of course, the always exciting Raw after WrestleMania. Both Friday and Monday in Las Vegas. Tickets are still available. Jimmy Bigger. We are talking about the greatest of all time hosting WrestleMania. Yeah, it's huge. I can't wait. That's why he's the GOAT, right? Hey, is that him? Is that who? John Cena. Speaking of which, Dan Hansen is the new Dan Hansen. JC's undefeated, and a future Hall of Famer, and most are saying the new greatest of all time. I demand to speak to him. Give me the phone. Just said he's going to be the host of WrestleMania. I'm sure he would be delighted to speak with him. So, excuse me, I'm actually open. Okay, well, yeah. Hopefully I can see him, and you can't see me. Let me call you back. Dan House. I need a drink too.
Right. I can barely keep my hands open, so I think I'm just going to go. But I'll watch this last segment maybe tomorrow before NXT, give you my reaction to it then. I just can't keep my eyes open. I do apologise. I haven't been well and stuff like that, so it's really took it out of me. So I'm not used to staying up until this time anymore. So I do apologise for not being able to stay awake, but yeah, I shall see you tomorrow for NXT. Bye.